You got your story down, I take it? No. Yes, I think so. Well, or it's something. Let me. Someone's doing that. Someone's doing it. I don't know if it's exactly that. Ready? All right, we'll go ahead and get started. We are joined by Tennessee head coach Karen Weekly and athletes Kiki Malloy and Ashley Rogers. We ask that you please silence your cell phones and then also give your name and media affiliation before asking a question. Karen, do you maybe want to give an opening statement if you have one?
We are absolutely thrilled to be here at Oklahoma City. This place has changed a lot since I was last here, obviously for the better. What a great atmosphere, what a great environment, and I mean the way we've been treated so far is phenomenal. I mean just people everywhere to help you get from point A to point B. You can tell it's a really, really well-run event, and couldn't be more proud of our team for getting the job done to get here and give us an opportunity to compete for a championship.
All right, I guess we'll open up for questions.
Jalen Johnson, SEC Network. Coach Weekly, if you want to just talk about what the past, few days has been like after you kind of settled down from knowing that you're coming here, what have the emotions been? What have you been reflecting on in the last couple of days?
Just joy. That's the best word I can describe it with, is just sheer joy. Joy for these girls who work so hard, and when they do things the right way as a coach, you just want it so bad for them, and just so much joy for them that they got to move on and they get to come here and do what they do so well, which is just come out and play every day. And our last couple of practices at home were really, really good. Just like the last few weeks, they just keep getting better every day.
Question? Right here, Mike Polo. Go ahead.
Joe Menzer, ESPN. Coach, could you, I know in one of your earlier interviews you talked about how Ralph helped recruit basically most of these players. Could you kind of just talk about, what has the culture changed much since he left, and kind of just reflect a little bit more on the impact that he had, and he's still kind of involved?
Well, I go to bed next to him every night, so he's very involved, yeah. Ralph and I did this together for 20 years. Tennessee softball is not me at all. It's a whole lot of players who come through this program and built a great tradition and a legacy. And yeah, Ralph is still very much involved. They love when he comes to practice. He doesn't come around as much as I thought he would, but he kind of lights up the room when he does come. He's just a lot of fun to be around. And I don't know that the culture's really changed. I think if anything, it's these ladies in our leadership council that really committed to a lot of things this year that have helped our culture be what it is. And you have to have a great culture of connection and caring about each other to be sitting here right now.
Barry?
Yeah, Barry Trammell with the Oklahoman. Can you talk about Mackenzie Donahue and what she's done for your program and your team?
She's just a fire plug. You know, my goal last year, looking in the transfer portal, was really one thing, competitive fire. And we found 3 ladies, Mackenzie and Julia Katsoinopoulos and Peyton Gottschall, that are warriors and competitors. And she brings a lot of spark to our practices. She's always talking. The pitchers just love her because right there behind him at shortstop, they can hear her voice, just encouraging them all the time. So yeah, she's been a big boost.
Jenny Johnson again. Kiki, I know that there's been some times that you kind of have talked about your relationship with Coach Weekly and how it's changed and evolved. I want to know, at your visit, you said that you didn't know if she liked you really, or like, what happened on the visit that had you thinking that, and how has it changed now for you guys being so close?
Karen is a no BS person, so you know, you get what you're gonna get, and I think as a young girl, I wasn't expecting that, probably because I'm very much like that as well. And my mom, went home and I was like, yeah, I don't think she likes me. My mom was like, yeah, that's because you guys are the same. And I'm like, really? But no, I mean, she was talking about Ralph earlier, and Ralph was kind of a little bit the reason why I came here, and then coming here, Karen, like our relationship has just grown, and we've just gotten so much closer. I think just that mutual agreement mutual agreement, just like that. Sorry, I was getting distracted. Just our relationship has definitely grown just the more years I spend here.
Dark.
Yep. Dory Noka, SEC Network. Good to see you all. How would you all in this league describe the impact and the importance of going wire-to-wire regular season champs, tournament champs, in terms of and the veterans, especially like you all, what it does for the status of this program moving forward and just the general sense of the accomplishment?
I mean, it's definitely, I just think it goes to show the strength of our league and how competitive it is, because, I mean, it's tooth and nail every single time. You don't have a quote-unquote off weekend at all. Anyone can be anyone. I mean, it's so tough in the SEC, and you can have one great weekend or a day and then bounce back and face a completely different team. You always have to have your A game on every single time you step on that field, especially in the SEC. And I think it just goes to show the strength of our league. And I just think off the field things that we focused on and like tried to really prioritize this year, I think just gives you that little extra edge too, and just focusing on the relationships off the field. And I think that it really comes down to it, because when you get to the SEC, it's everyone who was the best on their team, everyone is there, and even just college softball as a whole. But just finding things that you can just enhance and improve that give you that little extra edge on the field.
I kind of go off of it, like winning a series is hard, but like going to get those sweeps is even harder. And that takes a lot of just drive from like our team to be player-led, and I think that's why we've had so much success this year, is because like Karen's always talking about us, like, you know, the great teams like listen to their coaches, and then like the elite teams are player-led, and I think that just having a lot of leaders step up on this team this year has gotten us to this point so far.
Joe
Masato, the Oklahoman. Karen, just a bigger picture question. There's a lot of talk about pace of play. Do you see that being an issue at all right now in college softball? And if so, do you have any ideas or things you would change?
I think we need a 20-second clock. I think that would help. You know, our games are longer in part because people want to watch them, so there's a lot of advertising to sell too. So that's a good thing. There's a lot of runs scored. I think that we maybe need to do some things that are going to swing the pendulum back a little bit in the pitcher's favor. We went from a day when, games were 1-0 and it might have taken 20 innings to score that one run. I mean, I played in those games back in the day. And then we livened things up, and, now, hitters are just fearsome. So I think we could do some things that, if long games are a product of a lot of runs and a lot of pitches being thrown. And if you look at it, there's a lot more pitches being thrown now. So I think there are some things we could do definitely to, shorten the games. And I think it just helps for the viewership because it's a lot easier to watch a 2-hour product than a 3-hour product.
Front row.
Colt Stoley, OU Daily coach, back to Kinsey. I was just wondering what her transition was like this season, and then what did coming from an elite program like OU do for her?
Well, her transition was really seamless, I mean, she just jumped right in, and, I felt like with her and the other two that we brought in, there wasn't really a period of time where anything was awkward. These guys welcome them with open arms. When people come on your field, and you can tell from day one, hey, they're just here to get after it, and they have the same goals you have, it makes it easy.
Jenny.
Hey Karen, Jenny Carlson with the Oklahoma, and I have kind of another big picture question. Seeding to 32 in the NCAA tournament has been a topic I've seen a lot of coaches talk about. What's your feeling just about whether that's a move that you think college softball should make moving forward or stay with the status quo?
No, I think it's absolutely necessary. As strong as teams are, and you want to go into regionals knowing that, if you've earned something, then you get what you've earned. And I think sometimes you can see some matchups in regionals that are driven by geography, and I think we're past that. I just think our sport has outgrown that, and these girls deserve better. They don't deserve to have decisions made based on money, as popular as this sport is.
Tara Henry, D1 Softball. This is for Kiki and Ashley. Can you both describe what it felt like to step on that field for the first time when you practiced today?
Oh my gosh. Well, we kind of looked at each other and we were like in awe almost, not almost, yeah, I was in awe. And we were just like, man, we made it because, I know people have probably seen our previous 2 seasons and ended up short, and just being able to get here is just, I'm still so much in shock, even though we're here. But I know as soon as we step on that field and it's game time tomorrow, we're ready to go.
Yeah, we walked in together and we're just like, man, this is so cool. But just kind of reiterating what she just said, we've been playing together, 4 years now? And it's been the lowest of lows and highest of highs, and this has been our goal from the very beginning, for both of us especially, and just to, we all bonded together and just got here together, and that's the most rewarding thing as well, and I'm just so happy to get to experience this with Kiki and all these other girls that I love so much, and I just would not want to experience this moment with anybody else, and I'm just so excited to step on that field tomorrow.
Dark.
Hey Karen, you've played Alabama 4 times. You won 3 of them. You did regular season and then in Fayetteville, of course. How much because I know every sport's a little bit different, how much does familiarity with an opponent play when you're going into by far the biggest game against that opponent?
Yeah, and it works both ways. There's no advantage that we have or no advantage Alabama has. I think it alleviates a little bit of the uncertainty that you feel when you watch a team on film, but then you step in the batter's box and, hey, that looks just a little different than it looked on film. So it kind of takes that part away from it. I think you can talk pros and cons all day long. I think one of the reasons we're where we are right now is this team has done a really good job of being in the moment and not thinking that what happened yesterday is going to help or hurt tomorrow. And I think that's why they were able to do so well in the SEC juggernaut. And then flip that when they got in the tournament and just take it one game at a time. They really put things in the past, and we talked this week, Alabama's going to be a different team tomorrow than they were last time we faced them. We're a different team than we were last time we faced them. So they've just done a great job of treating each day as new and recognizing that even if that team is somebody we faced, they're going to be new and different today.
Barry, I think you'll probably be the last one.
Yeah, Karen, we're getting closer and closer to Oklahoma joining the SEC. What are the Sooners in for when they join the SEC? And conversely, what are you in for when they join?
This league, I've been in it now 22 years, and it's the best for a lot of reasons, but we just keep getting better. And when they add programs, add teams at schools, they're going to be the best of the best. And, that's what it's going to be in softball. I mean, when you have, all of your softball programs advancing to regionals except one, and there's some years we have every program advancing to regionals. That's something that they're probably not used to playing day in and day out, but I have a feeling OU and Texas won't have a problem with it.
Okay, that should wrap things up. Appreciate you. Well, one more. Go one more. We have time for one.
Ashley, I know you got the Elite 90 award last night. Congratulations on that. That's a huge honor. I was just wondering how you balance being elite on the field and off the field in these last, couple of years just being at Tennessee and being elite in that way.
Yeah, it takes a lot of discipline and a lot of hard work. I'm sure you understand, but it's definitely it's rewarding to see all the payoff in the end. It was a goal of mine to have a 4.0 coming into college. And I think that my parents and my family instilled in me at a young age to just be my best, and just they saw the potential that I had both on and off the field, and they pushed me and pushed me and pushed me and never let me settle. And once I realized that on my own and took it on myself to push myself in that way, I think it really helped me elevate my game on the field and just stay, achieving the highest I could possibly achieve in the classroom as well, and then just having the support here at Tennessee. It is unmatched, the resources that we have. I'm so thankful for Karen and just everything she's done for me. She allowed me, she knew I wanted to be a doctor coming in, and she was like, yeah, take whatever classes you want to, do whatever you need to do, get the experience you need to do that, and just set myself up to take the next step in my academic career. And just the other resources that we have, our academic advisors, all the professors have been just absolutely phenomenal, and I wouldn't be here without them, and just all the the hard work and just support they've had for me over the years. Thanks.
Okay, that'll wrap things up at Tennessee. Thank you, Karen, Kiki, and Ashley.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's goofy. It's because I'm on the wrong thing.
Check test. 1, 2, 3. Check test. 1, 2, 3. Hey, hey.
Oh yeah, you did fine. Yeah, yeah, and I forgot there. Yeah,
This is like 20, but the next one's like 5 minutes.
yeah. I was thinking it was a shorter gap than it was. Yeah,
okay.
yeah, I kind of felt that.
Oh, wait, that's fine.
Yeah.
I think it was running down.
Yeah,
But,
yeah,
yeah, I didn't know if it was like 15 minutes, and so. it was like,
Yeah.
Okay, we're approaching the last minute.
yeah. So it's 15.
Okay.
Yeah, and like he said, I think this one goes to 40 and the next one 45.
Oh,
Let's
so
see,
that
then-
one's really quick.
Yeah, so I think it's 5 minutes, 20 minutes, 5 minutes, 20 minutes.
Okay.
So yeah, some are super quick and
Yeah.
some there's a bit of a gap. Yeah. And that's start, that's end.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, I feel bad. There was someone, I think at the Knoxville station.
Oh, on Zoom?
Yeah, I had it on the panelist the whole time.
No one's on there. Yeah, Jamie's the AS.
Right.
I haven't heard from them if they went on there, so.
Check test. 1, 2, 3, 4.
After Al, then mock up.
Echo. Check test. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hey, hey. 1, 2. That was it. Check test. 1, 2, 3, 4. Check test. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. Check test. 1, 2. This one? Check test. 1, 2.
You mean? Go ahead. 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing. Hello, hello, hello. Yeah, yeah. Huh.
It was a big deal. The movie's like 3 hours and 20 minutes.
Wow.
Marcus Sasser, I like Marcus Sasser.
Yeah, you.
Everybody always wants Sammy trade the picks. Well, okay.
You think they'd be better off addressing that issue in the draft?
What's that?
The need for a big man. I mean, you either go get DeAndre Ayton or draft a guy that's someone in the middle.
I would not address a need. I'd have a list, and whenever you, whether you trade out or whether you don't, or trade whatever you do, pick the very best player. It's not like they're overflowing. They got get as much talent as you can, and then figure it out. Ken Chan. This is amazing. You see this old city kid in Westmore, the tennis player?
No.
Ken Chan at Concord. We wrote about him during the state tournament. Now he's all city.
Okay.
But anytime I see a name like that, I like to count the letters.
How many is this one got?
I think it's 14, but you look at it, you think
First
that's
name or last name?
that's last name. It's like the longest name of all time, and it's still 2 letters shy of Schnellenberger.
Yeah.
What are the all-time great name, Schnellenberger? 16 letters. Or maybe it's 15 letters. 16 to break, 15 to tie. Hyphenated.
Yes.
Hyphenated, get out of the room. Secret weapon.
But it has to go on the back of a jersey.
That's like the loser's bracket.
You saw if they typed it out loud.
Like, this is how. Oh, what the? Okay, that's blurry. Wait. Okay, well then what the heck? Roger literally sent it to me.
Reminds me of Chuck Woodland,
Like, when she sends it, it's clear.
old John's World, Journal World Sports Editor, one time with Big 8
Oh, she
basketball
said
media
that's
days,
actually- Oh.
talking about lining out a media question. I think it's a K-State coach, I think it's Dana Altman with K-State.
High-res version was started.
And a bunch of questions about point guard and beating Kansas and all that kind of crap. Here's the finally said, Dana, does the presence of Aaron Schwartzendruber on your roster mean you will not be having last names on the back of your jerseys this year?
Did that get a laugh?
Oh, the whole place laughed. Aaron Schwartzendruber. Still not longer than Howard Schnellenberger.
Yeah. He ever threaten you about water at practice or anything?
No, he liked me a lot.
I think he did that to Curtis Fitzpatrick. Threatened him over wanting water at practice.
Very well could have. He must have something to say.
Bring it on back.
We're fired up. All right, now that I got you, now's a good time to do this. What is the output?
What's that? Can you use that?
What's that? Triple SA, under 13 man.
Ah, there you go. That is more important.
I'm actually going to Alabama for it.
Okay.
Okay, yeah.
Well, I'm on the left, right, so I'm on channel.
Who's that?
Set up, want to give me a connection. Julie, perhaps MIDI controls, pregame, preamps, card.
I was planning on just doing you.
Okay.
I figured it'd be better at several stores. But if you need me, I mean.
Yes.
That's the level of softball. They play 5 innings in about 65 minutes.
It's not bad.
As opposed to Norman, where played 9 innings in 225 minutes.
I don't see.
Will they be at, are they in Norman? Will they be at Norman or North?
Who's that?
AES.
Granddaughters.
They're going to, I got one, it's going to be a senior at Norman High.
Oh,
That's right. Dean Earl.
Hey, it's Scott Ryan. What's up?
I will,
Box out.
my oldest one went to Norman North, freshman, didn't like it, transferred to to Norman High, and loves it. So the other two will probably go to Norman High.
6 insert, one insert, 2 insert.
Well, North is nice now. They've got all kinds of new fancy stuff out there.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a hassle at Norman High, like the soccer and the softball. It's all out at Irving Middle School.
That's
2 miles, out at
Right.
24th and Alameda,
Yeah.
24th and Lonnie Alameda.
Local humor. That'd be kind of a bummer to get on the team, but you gotta go play in the middle school.
It's nice once you get out there, it's just a hassle.
Yeah.
Should pop up. Oh, time, no seconds.
I'm still trying to get my email cleaned up.
How do I activate that? How do I activate it? Okay, it says best time. And that's it. It's not really doing anything. Okay, all right, thank you. See if that helps.
Okay. So, St. Joe, you're saying the digital media workroom link, is that the one you're talking about?
Yes.
Hey, I wonder if that record book thing, if that's got the old box scores in it. Did you look
No, but that's a good idea.
4 or 5 below that one?
Yeah.
As far as that. Unless I miss out this stuff, we got this. But it's not every game.
Bracket. Virtual press conference access? Is that what we're looking for?
They're actually on ASAP now. So if you go to the third one, press conference.
There it is, press conference, that's it. Thank you very much. You're looking live.
I think this one that they post ASAP is a little more accurate.
This says June 2nd, 2021. I'm sure it's a bunch of interesting stuff, but I don't know how relevant it is.
Yeah, that doesn't matter.
We're just gonna
It still pops up with the current one.
It does?
doing?
Good, well, yeah.
Good. Aren't these cute? Oh, you can hear me. Hi.
I want to keep it. I know.
We- Good. All right, we'll go ahead and get started. We're joined by Florida State coach Lonnie Alameda, and then athletes Catherine Sandercock and Kaylee Mudge. We remind you to please silence your cell phones and then give your name and affiliation before you ask any questions. Lonnie, would you like to maybe start with an opening statement if you have one?
Yeah, excited to be here. Who isn't right now? There's been so many cool things since we were here last time in 21, which is the remnants of COVID. So it's really neat to see the social aspect of the experience for the athletes right now. Really special. So excited for the opportunity to be here.
Want to open for questions now? Scott in the third row here.
Scott Wright with the Oklahoman. Coach, obviously a team that you've seen a lot over the last 5 years. Just talk about kind of what it's like to face a team that you've seen so much here in this big stage, and also kind of how the home and home series that you all played the last 2 years has came together.
Yeah, so first of all, familiarity is always great when you're playing teams. I think that's the reason why we do the schedule that we do. We try to face as many top 25 challenging opponents on the road, and if we have the opportunity to get a home and home, which Oklahoma State's been great to do that. We've done it, going to do it with Oregon. There's just different people outside of our region that we try to get to challenge ourselves, but also to know that, that only makes us better is to play that level of softball. So Kenny's been great with that, and so many others that we get the chance to do that for. So, and then being able to play here was a really good experience for us. This is where every team wants to be, is to be here playing in Oklahoma City and end their career. So when we had the chance to come out and play Kenny and Patty and OSU and OU, it gave us a chance to come here for a couple, an hour or so. And just for our freshmen, I mean, of course, Kat and Mudge have been here before, but for our freshmen to feel that, for this team to feel that, how hard it is to get here and the respect to get here, and then the opportunity of being here already this year with his team has been really special.
More questions? Scott again, I guess.
Sorry, just to follow up on that, first of all, so you actually came to the facility and hung out for a little while?
We did, yeah. On our way down from Stillwater to Norman that morning, we had some, actually I think we got a little workout in, and then towards lunchtime stopped here and got a chance to visit the museum, which is hugely important for us to know where we came from. So, we got to chat about how the game has grown from umpire calls to pictures on the wall, just to talk about the growth of it. Personally, having played here and been a little part of the vision of getting the World Series to the level it is right now, and we had that chat last night at the social, how OU is a host and how just this has all come to fruition and so great for our game and so many people and the volunteers to make the game special. And so we had those talks and then, got in the field and like, can we touch it? Can we be here when we want to be here in the end of the year?
Sure. Scott, you had another one?
And then for Catherine and then Kaylee, talk about the experience of having faced Oklahoma State so much throughout your careers, and I'm assuming you got to expect this to be a really intense ballgame.
Yeah, I have faced Oklahoma State a bunch of times. I think first time was postseason 2019, my freshman year, and then got to face them in 21 here, got to face them in the regular season this past year. So they're just a great team, and it's always a lot of fun. Like, they play really gritty. I think that we do too, but they're just a good ball club, and it's just the most fun competition just to play the best. So it's really fun, and I'm looking forward to playing them again.
Yeah, pretty much what Kat said. I mean, getting to play them here at the World Series, getting to face their team this year too as well, and getting to play them at home has been huge for us. I think getting to see their pitching staff. I mean, Maxwell's been great for the years that she's been there. Getting to see Lexi at Alabama as well. So just being able to get information throughout the past couple years. They have a great hitting staff too, and just being able to, I guess, play great competition is a lot of fun. Getting to play at their place, having them at our place, just kind of getting to see the information. And I'm just excited to play them on this stage.
Sure. Joe in the middle on our right over here.
Joe Masato, the Oklahoman. Lonnie, just a bigger picture question. Pace of play has been a topic of conversation. I wonder, do you see any issues or any changes that you would like to make as far as that goes?
Yeah, it's something that's awesome for our game is I think the offensive part has gotten better, so it's added time to our game for sure. But I think there's areas we can clean up. Having been a part of the international game, I do love the 1 foot in the box. I think the pitch clock has been awesome. There's a lot of things I think we can implement and bring back the speed of our game, which is such a draw for a lot of fans that really enjoy it, and even coaches and players. We don't want to be out there for 3+ hours. So definitely things that we as coaches have been talking about. We just need to get it into the NFCA and start really talking about how we can clean that up. But I know it's a pressing issue for us. Yeah.
Sure. I'm going to Barry in the middle right here.
Yeah, Barry Trammell with the Oklahoma, and Catherine and Caitlin. How much do softball players get into the scouting reports of individual teams, and is it something you guys have been studying for 4 or 5 days, or do you just wait till the day before, or how do you, especially maybe somebody you know somewhat about, like Oklahoma State?
Yeah, I think that we scout a lot as a program at Florida State. You know, we really go into spray charts and videos, all of that. We discuss as a team, you know, if we faced a pitcher or hitters in the past, or just like the overall feeling, like as a pitcher, the overall feeling that an offense will give you. And I'm personally super into spray charts. I like to just have them in the back of my head. And then Coach has done a great, I mean, she taught me everything I know about scouting. So, you know, my freshman year, I think that it was a little bit overwhelming. But now I like to look at the spray charts and kind of get an idea, and then watch some videos, see what matches up, and then just go out there, know what you're expecting, but still being confident and throwing your best stuff. But I definitely enjoy the scouting aspect of it. I think that it's a lot of fun. And I think that it just kind of ties into just the smart aspect of Florida State softball, which we really pride ourselves in.
Sure, we're good. All right. Jenny in the middle right there.
Hey, Lonnie, Jenny Carlson with the Oklahoman. You guys obviously faced Oklahoma State early in the season when they were playing so well. Then they had that little swoon late in the regular season. But what's impressed you most just about their team, and what is sort of top of the line, you know?
NIL, transfer portal.
Yeah.
What would you say if I asked you, what's the next thing that the sport needs to tackle to go from here? Maybe it's pace of play. You already spoke about that. But if there was that next thing, what would it be for you?
It's funny, Patty and I had a conversation last night at the social, and just really thinking about how we, as coaches in the game, can continue to protect the game and grow the game. And there's so many areas, you know. I think international softball is so huge for us. Olympic softball is so huge. Professional softball, what Chamberlain's trying to do here in the state professionally, what we've been a part of, continue to growing our level of softball at the collegiate level. You know, how can we be great at what we do daily, so then people want to watch us, so then our ESPN numbers are big, and our actual ticket buying is big, and people are in the seats. So there's a lot of responsibility to that. And so not the smartest in the CEO of the softball world, but can we each contribute little areas to keep the game growing? So and I'm really proud of the ACC, you know, I mean, Clemson and Duke to be in super regionals, to be pushing the envelope of another conference, to be here. In 18, for us to throw the flag up here and the ACC can be here, but the more conferences we get to compete, the more the game grows and the more people recognize, and the support continues to grow. So, you know, we are definitely trying to take care of that and very proud of that.
Sure, I think we're only going to have time for one more from Barry right here in the middle.
Totally screwball question, Lonnie, but from your days in Norman, how much do you remember about Alameda Street?
Oh, gosh. You know, it's funny. There's a lot of Alameda streets, and I don't know another Alameda, which is funny. But when we go recruit in the state of Colorado, I get a lot of pictures of like, hey, I'm on Alameda Street, and I think it's quite fun. So, yes, but nothing here in Norman, no.
Okay, I think that'll wrap things up. Thank you to Lonnie,
Thank you. Thank you all
Catherine,
for
Caleb.
being here. Yeah.
Sweating. How you doing?
Welcome to Oklahoma. All right, I guess we'll go ahead and get going. We're joined by Alabama coach Patrick Murphy and athletes Montana Fouts and Allie Shipman. We remind you to please silence your phones and then also give your name and affiliation before asking any questions. Patrick, you may want to start with an opening statement if you have one.
Well, welcome, everyone. I really appreciate everybody being here. We had great media coverage at our regional and super regional, and it was a packed house every single time, and it just means so much to the girls and myself that you guys cover the sport of softball. And you know, I was listening to ESPNU radio on the way to work one morning, and the gentleman is a huge softball fan, just let's say that. And his remarks were incredible. And he was just so high on the sport. And he said, I cannot wait to see what the sport is like in 10 years. And I really believe that it's just going to get bigger and bigger and bigger and better and better and better. And, you know, we've been coming here. The first time I was here, I think it was 1993 with Southwestern Louisiana. And my associate head coach, Allie, was on the team. And I cannot tell you the differences of the facility.
And the injury and just everything. I just knew that I wanted to leave it all on the line, and that included my heart, too.
We'll go to Jenny in the middle right here.
Hey, Patrick. Jenny Carlson with the Oklahoman.
Jenny. Good to see you.
You've been here longer than I have, but not by much. So in your opening statement, you said Women's College World Series is getting closer to the Men's College World Series. How has it gotten closer, and what, in your mind, still remains to get it on that same level?
I think, number one, this facility. You know, we would come here and there wasn't a warning track or a permanent fence. And we complained for years and years and years. And Caitlin Lowe, I remember, you know, hit her chin on the fence and half of it fell off. And, of course, it was on national television, and it did not look good. And now it's a permanent fence, padded by a professional company all the way around. The dugouts, bathrooms in the dugout, huge. There used to be a porta potty in the dugout, or you'd have to run to the bullpen. This room is spectacular. There's enough room for everybody. The whole atmosphere is just so much better. I just applaud everybody that's working towards equity. You put me on the spot, darn it. I should have had a list, but I'd probably have a list after.
Okay, we'll go to front left right here.
Tony Sikalis, Tide Illustrated. Montana, as someone who's never hyperextended my knee, what kind of pain were you going through and are going through? And then how, if any, has that changed your approach in the circle?
Honestly, God's blessed me with a lot less pain than what you would probably think. And, you know, pain's temporary, and I'll feel that some other day.
Sure. Joe in the middle right here.
Joe Masato, the Oklahoman. Patrick, been asking the previous coaches who have come through here about pace of play. That's been a topic of conversation. Do you see that as an issue at all? And if so, like, what are some changes you would like to see?
I think the biggest thing that I would like, and I've tried in the past, is I like the 1 foot in the box rule. It goes on in international softball. I think it's in college baseball. I remember Haley McClinney telling me a story, who played for us and then was with the Olympic team in USA, and the first time she played, it was full count. And as she had done in the past, she stepped way out of the box and, you know, did her thing with her bat. And the umpire looked at her and went strike 3. And she forgot. And she just was like, oh my God, I got out of the box. She never did it again. And, you know, you guys all seen the Major League Baseball, all the rules that are going on and how quick their game is going now. I think you'll see that in college baseball without a doubt. They're all looking at pro baseball like, oh my God, it's going faster. And our game right now is still faster, better watched on TV than a lot of other sports. And I think the pace of play is key. But I would definitely go with, you know, without a foul ball. You know, if there's no foul ball, you stay 1 foot in the box. You don't walk around. And I think that would help out a lot.
Eli.
Go ahead. Just as a follow-up to that, both Karen Weekly and Lonnie Alameda said they'd like to see a pitch clock as well, a 20-second clock. Is that something you'd be in favor of?
Absolutely.
Eli in the middle left here.
Eli Letterman, Tulsa World, Montana. Not to put you on the spot, but you've watched this game change just even in the time you've been in school, NIL, the portal, all that. If I asked you, what does college softball need to do next to continue to grow? what would you say to that?
Honestly, I would just say push the views and things like that because like Murph said, it's well watched on TV, and I think a lot of people love it and are keeping up with it. And I think getting as many teams, not just in the SEC, but across the country, just more visual TV, people can turn on and watch anybody that they want to. I think that's really key in growing it.
Sure. We're going to Dari in the back right.
Dari Noka, SEC Network. Good to see you all. By the way, nice job getting out of the water bucket thing when we got done interviewing you Sunday.
Thank you.
The knee was working for sure.
Yes, it was.
Yeah. Murph, having played this team 4 times this year already, like in your mindset, how much does that play into preparation for a 5th and most important meeting? And if I could, after you, just follow up with you, Allie, what's your relationship like with some of these players on Tennessee, and what is this opportunity like for you?
I think, number one, it's the scouting. We know each other. We played each other in Fayetteville at the SEC tournament. We played early SEC, like March 17th, I think it was St. Patrick's Day. So they are way different from what they were then, as are we, but the players are similar. My lineup is different. Their lineup's a little bit different. Obviously, their pitching staff is very strong. They double-dipped in the SEC. They won the regular season. They won the tournament. So they're the favorite. They're the favorite in this game. We're the underdogs big time. I feel like we're like the little engine that could. But either way, I think it'll be a really entertaining game. We always have good games between Tennessee and Alabama. It could go either way.
Yeah, and that's a really, really great program, and there's only a handful of girls that are still there that I played with. I'm really close with Ashley Rogers still. She will always be a really great friend of mine, so I love her to death. But it's a great group of girls, great program, and we've played them enough to know that it's going to be a clean game, it's going to be a lot of fun, and we're just excited to get going.
Sure. Back row.
Joe Menzer, ESPN. Montana, Alabama's certainly had their share of celebrity athletes and in other sports. But could you talk about what it means to kind of, coaches calling you a rock star, icon? Could you talk about, what that means for you and for possibly promoting the sport or anything like that? And also, who's the most unusual person or persons to reach out to you during this kind of run of celebrity status?
Okay, so to answer the first question, I don't know if I consider myself those things, but I'm very honored he does. And I remember before I committed here, I was on the phone with Murph, and I was pacing my bedroom, like a 12-year-old does whenever they're talking to Patrick Murphy. But I was talking to him, and he said, if you come here, you're going to be a rock star. And I was like, wait, I want to be a rock star. So then the rest is history. But yeah, I mean, this is the best opportunity I've ever had, and I'm honored to be in a list of those categories, like you said. But we're just focused on winning softball games. And I'd say the person that's probably reached out to me that's kind of, I'm honored to say Hardy. He's a country music singer. That was a couple years ago, but I feel like lots of people have before.
So Saban has Nick at noon on Friday, at noon before home football games. And 600 people come into this hotel ballroom to eat lunch. And then they have a warm-up speaker. And then he comes in after his media obligations, and he sits at the stage, and they ask questions of him, but then the microphone goes to the crowd, and they can ask questions of Coach Saban. And that's when the real fun starts, because somebody's going to ask a really dumb question, and he's going to rip them. And that's why everybody goes to this. So this year, I was the warm-up guy before Texas A&M, which was a huge game. There was 750 people in this ballroom. I don't think you could stick another chair in there. And I brought Miss Fouts with me. And when we walked in, everybody was in line to eat. So we walked all the way up to the front of the room, right next to the stage, and I don't think anybody saw her. So the warm-up guy is me, and they introduce me, and I do my thing. And the weird part of it is you never know when Coach Saban's going to come in. One year, I'm telling this great story, and I think it's the best story in the world, and I see this. He's coming in, and I was like, oh, man. Roll Tide, everybody. And I get off the stage. Then 2 years later, I am done. I'm done. And I look at the guy in the front, he's doing this because the media is talking longer. And then I didn't know what to do that time. So I did my little thing, and I showed Montana's tweet after last year when she announced that she was coming back for her 5th year. And I said, loyalty is very, very, very difficult to get nowadays. But one kid had it, and they put her tweet on the screen, and the place went wild. And I said, and you know what? I got a surprise for you guys. I got a friend that came that wants to say hi. And then, of course, Miss Montana stands up, and she's 6'2", and now everybody sees her. There was 12 guys from the national championship team from 2012 there as well. Afterwards, one of the development gentlemen from Alabama came up to me, and he ran us down, basically, and he says, Murph, did you hear Montana's ovation was twice as loud as the national championship? And, you know, we were laughing. So Montana gets up. She gives her speech, which was terrific. She gets another standing ovation. We go to practice. So we're walking out of this ballroom, and all of a sudden, I hear, hey, Montana. We stop in our tracks. We turn around. Coach Saban, I love to watch you pitch. Nothing to me. Montana got the kudos from Coach Saban, but it was a really cool moment for me just to, because I think he does watch us all the time, especially from his living room. And she is a rock star. Wherever we go, it is wild. It's, you know, it's the Beatles coming to town. It's Michael Jordan getting off the bus. That's the best way to describe it.
Sure. Go to Barry in the middle row on the left here.
Yeah, Patrick, Barry Trammell with the Oklahoman. We're getting closer and closer to the Sooners getting to the SEC. What are they in for when they get to the SEC? And also, what are you guys in for when they get there?
Well, it's good to see you. I like your jersey. I think, you know, we have 3,200 season ticket holders, and we average almost 3,800 a game. And when we play them at home, I think it's in 2025, it's already decided. Those 3 games will be sold out in February. There will not be a ticket. There'll be scalpers. Online, it'll be $220 a ticket at least, for sure. But I think it's the grind of the SEC, and these ladies can say every weekend is like a World Series matchup. And you play 3 games, and it is tiring, and it is mentally exhausting, and it's like, oh my God, I got to face Florida, I got to face Georgia, I got LSU, I got Auburn, and everybody's good. Everybody is good. We lost to the last place team in the league. Anybody can beat you at any time. If you don't bring it, you're going to get your butt beat. I think that's what they're going to face. And then on top of that, with their tradition and what they've been doing, it's going to be double in terms of the fans, the opposing teams, the willingness to like compete. It will go through the roof for both schools. And also for the SEC, you know, when we had A&M and Missouri come in, you guys know this, the 2 best sports at those 2 schools was softball. The 2 best sports for Oklahoma and Texas, to me, are softball. Who gets the raw end of the deal? It's softball. Me. So somebody, you know, and our league is strong right now. We got 12 out of 13. And I'm not, you know, shoot, I wouldn't doubt if we got 15 out of 15 because it's going to be that strong. So it's just going to be a lot. The gentleman in the back row for ESPN and the SEC Network, they're going to have a heyday with it, as are all of you.
Front row right.
Patrick, 2 questions that are unrelated to each other. One, you mentioned in regionals that Jayla had overcome a lot this season. I think you said she could have thrown in the towel in March. Could you just kind of characterize the adversity that she's overcome? And then unrelated to that, how would you describe the inspiration that Madeline Daigle's cancer fight has brought to the team?
Well, number one, I think it was one of you guys tweeted, one of our local media tweeted, Jayla Torrance starts for the first time since March 16th, I think. And I was like, that can't be true. So I literally got on my phone, looked up our schedule, looked at every start, and I was like, holy buckets, it's true. And it was a midweek game at UNA, and it was spring break. Every other game after that, she came in relief. And here she's starting against LIU in the first game of regionals, and it was the first time since March. And I don't know if you guys realize that, but she never once was Debbie the Downer. She never was Pouty Polly. She kept working with Lance. It was just this gradual build, and she got better and better and better. And I'd look over in the bullpen, and they were doing drills that they would do in the fall. just for correct spin. And all of that went into her play of that weekend. The final 2 weeks, she was spectacular. And I think we all thought she had it in her. She needed to know it. And I don't know if it was that first game that gave her the confidence, but she got better and better and better, and was spectacular for us. There's no way we'd be here without her. And do you guys want to speak about Madeline?
Yes, I'll say for just a perspective.
And maybe explain to everybody.
Yes. So Madeline, she is a little girl. She's 6 years old. She's fighting cancer right now, and we love her dearly. And she draws on cleats. She sends them to us, and she's an artist, and she's very beautiful inside and out. And she's really just given us the motivation, and I feel like perspective to know that softball is just for fun. She loves softball, loves to watch, and so we always know we have our biggest cheerleader watching us. But it's just perspective that softball is just a game, and we are inspirational to other people, but as well as she is to us.
Ashley Prangy actually went and visited her in the hospital, which was really cool. And she's decorated cleats. We get pictures of her praying for Alabama softball, which is the cutest thing ever. She's 6 years old and she's out there praying for Alabama softball. But she's just truly been an inspiration for the team. And when you think about, we could lose all the games in the world, but that just, the perspective of her and her fight and her faith is what really has motivated us to get this far.
That's all the time we have for Alabama. Thank you, Patrick, Montana, and Emily.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Guys.
Roll Tide.
Thank y'all.
See you tomorrow.
All right, no problem.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 3, 2, 1, 3, 2, 1. Hello. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Hello. Hello. Myron Patton in the house. Everybody. Hello. 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1. Keep going. Oh, yeah. More than you know. Sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 3, 2, 1, 3, 2, 1. Hello, hello. 1, 2, 3. Women's College Softball World Series. Hello. 1, 2, 3. 3, 2, 1. Testing. Mic testing. 1, 2, 3. Hello, hello. Keep talking? No? Okay. Hello, hello. 1, 2, 3. Preview press conference announcement script. We are doing a mic test. We are doing a mic test. Hello. 1, 2, 3. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Hello, hello.
So I think we will stay. Oh, you're just gonna chill till 1:45? Is that ASAP? Yeah. See, I've got a white shop. I can't do it. I've got a shop. Because they know our system. But I've got all their names, but it's right across the yeah. You drive to the door and drive across this way. Okay. It's just in there, plug in something. Yeah. We always shoot you close. I see. What was the first one?
Oh, Friday night, yeah, it's Friday night.
Change? Yeah, just the people that we
Yeah, you may have to walk me through that. I'm not sure what
Saturday night at 9 o'clock or something, and then they got to play at 7 a.m. Friday at 2. Here comes the stick. It's Nate Phillies! My day is made. Did Switzer call you?
He did, and it was the second weirdest voicemail I've ever got. The first was when I got called from Secret Service one time.
So when you have your mask on.
The second would be Barry Switzer, and first I thought,
Hey, what's going on?
at first I was like, is this a campaign thing? He said, and Barry gave me the number. I was like, this is real. So I called him back, and he was courteous, and he cursed a bit, and told some stories, and then, sure, I'll get you that.
So I'm glad you had it.
Yeah, oh no, I can mark
Our name crap. Surgeon's gone.
Right, so when I left, I told him, I said, I'm taking all these hard drives with me.
I didn't know what the Oklahoma history statement on the off chance. I couldn't call
Exactly. Only worry about you, right? We've got Stanford pulled, OU's ready.
Yeah.
Okay.
Two, check, 1, 2.
I think the answer to education in America is to double the pay of middle school. Yeah, just trying to get them off the boat. Capsize.
Check, test, 1, 2. One, two.
Just who we needed.
About and how you think that could impact what you.
Just being grateful for every single time. It's hard to get here, and credit to all the teams that are here. But I think just our experience, me, Shai, Kylie, all those that have been here from the very first time, just to be able to use that and help these kids that haven't been here.
Yeah, I think it's obviously tougher to get back, it feels like. But once we've been here, it's felt very normal. It feels like what we ought to be doing. Feels like what we talk about and work for and work to. This is kind of what we talk about when we practice, and we're talking about communication. And I'm telling them that, hey, we're going to be in OKC, and you can't communicate like this. You have to communicate a different way because we're going to be there, and 13,000 fans make it hard. So this is what you've got to do. So that kind of stuff is just the way we communicate at practice, and we talk, and getting here and getting checked in is just feels like another, honestly, just feels like another road trip.
Sure, we'll go to Scott on the back left row.
Scott Wright with the Oklahoman. Kenny, for you, first of all, I'm curious your thoughts on playing a team that you're very familiar with here as opposed to someone that you don't know all that well. And then for Cheyenne after that, what are your memories from the 2019 Super Regional down in Tallahassee?
I think for us, playing Florida State is kind of an interesting deal. Obviously, we played them 3 times this year. We played them 2 or 3 times last year and the year before. Know them well. They know us well. Honestly, I haven't even really thought about it. I've watched some video, and I just want to turn it off. I feel like I already know what they are and who they are. They're obviously a little bit different than what they were when we played them in, April. But they're really good, well coached, got a lot of respect for what they've done and the way that Lonnie's done it. I got to kind of watch her get it started when I was at Florida. And so I think we've gone through those same growing pains. So it's kind of cool. And I've talked to her a lot over the years about our program and their program. And so it's been fun.
Yeah, I'm probably looking back on my time here. That's probably been my
best memory so far. I mean, I think we were the 13th seed going into the defending national champ. So, and just being able to come out of that and then see where we've gone from there, I think it's cool.
Go to Eric on the front row left here.
This question is for the players. Do you have any memories growing up of watching this event at this venue while you were in high school, maybe a little younger? And what's it like being role models for a younger generation of softball players that are growing up and kind of idolizing you like you may have idolized players growing up?
I remember at a young age, I watched Danielle Laurie play for Washington, and I think she kind of sparked my fire of wanting to be a pitcher. And then I think that's why we play this game, is for those little girls to dream big. We want to showcase our hard work and dedication and put on a show for those girls.
Yeah, I mean, I grew up like 20 minutes from here, played here a lot at summer ball, came to a lot of the World Series, so I think it's cool that I get to be here now and watch the younger girls want to do it too.
Yeah, honestly, I remember watching it on TV when I was really young and just thinking how cool of an experience that would be. And, I think it just shows that if you really work hard and are consistent, anybody can end up here if that's what you really want. So I think it's just really cool.
Joe, middle right.
Joe Masato, the Oklahoman. Kenny, just a bigger picture question. Pace of play has been a big topic of conversation. Do you see that as an issue at all? And are there any changes that you would like to see made?
I mean, I think it's somewhat of a problem because I know that we don't want to lose the support that we have from TV. So I think we do have some issues for sure. I think it can be fixed too. I'm watching baseball and what they've done, and it's fixed that. It's completely. I mean, if Major League Baseball is being played at a lesser pace than us, then we've got issues. So I think we can get it fixed though, and I think most everybody would probably agree. I don't know. I don't really talk to everybody about that stuff, but. The beauty of this game is how fast it's played, and in this day and age with attention span and cell phones and all that, 2:15 would be an ideal time.
Should we go to Eli in the middle left here?
Eli Letterman, Tulsa World. Kenny, keeping with the big picture, this game, this sport, this event has all changed since you took over at OSU. If I asked you what that next thing that the sport has to do to keep moving forward, to improve upon, what might that be? Maybe it is pace of play or something like that.
Good question. I don't know. I think just continuing to showcase these kids, the female athlete. I think that's something that's really caught on here, and I think it's. I don't necessarily think it's caught on in every sport, but it's caught on here. So we've got to capture that and be the leaders in what that looks like and how we can help other sports and draw more young girls to our sport. But I just think we need Oklahoma City to keep improving the things that they can, just to continue to make this event. We need people to support it. We need our state here to to be able to do whatever it takes to keep it here. I think it's an amazing place. But it takes money and effort and resources like that. And, that would be my thing. Just how can we keep making this event so more people can get here, more parking, more whatever. To me, that would be, one of the important things.
And for the players, without putting any one of you on the spot, but all three of you, the game has changed even since you began your careers with NIL, with the portal, all of that. From a student-athlete experience, is there anything in the game of college softball you feel like could be better 5 years from now that would benefit the student-athletes like yourself?
I think Coach G hit them all.
All right, we'll go to Myron Patton, back row on the right.
Myron Patton, Fox 25. Kenny, you've been good. Obviously, it's the fourth year you've been here. But each year, I would think your team's probably different personality, stuff like that. How have you built this team compared to, say, the first one? Transfer portal's part of it now that it wasn't 3 or 4 years ago. Just how have you built this team compared to what some of your earlier teams?
This one's been a little bit of a different journey. They all are, obviously. But with 12 newcomers, we just started from day one. We hired a program called The Program that came in here and put these girls in some stressful physical situations, some mental stress. And I can remember the day after the first 2 days of that. Well, it was 2 days. I can remember Lexi Kilfoyle and Megan Bloodworth were walking down our hallway, and I said, "Hey, you guys good?" You know, they're obviously new, and we kind of turned even our returners' worlds upside down for a couple days. And I said, "Are you guys good?" And they said, "Yeah." And I said, "Okay, I just wanted to make sure that the first couple of days didn't scare you away." And they said, "Honestly, it was the best thing that we could have ever done because it forced us to get to know our teammates in the first week." And that's how we started. And then we've continued to do the same things that we've done, like go to Broken Bow in the fall and then to watch the show, the selection show. We haven't shied away from that stuff, but we've just kind of taken things as they come. It's kind of the way I work. I kind of let things evolve and then hammer out whatever issues that we may have. These guys will tell you that. If we got a problem, we just hit it head on and move forward. And so I think starting out with the program, that's how we've done that part of it, to build this group. We built this team out of, if you're asking me how we built it, we built it out of high school and the portal, if that's what you're asking. And we'll continue that same route. I have a hard time here convincing young high school kids that Stillwater is a cool place. It's really hard. I have a hard time with that. And instead of being upset at that, we've just embraced that. And we've figured out that we can grab some portal kids because they have a better idea of what they want and what's most important to them. And we become very attractive in that moment. And so we'll continue down that path. Hopefully the winning will keep attracting some younger kids because I do want those kids to be here. I wish we could have had Rachel for 4 years. I wish we could have any of these kids who've come in here for 4 years, but the way the game is changing and with NIL and everything that we've got, just going to jump right in and go and see where it takes us.
Okay. Go to Jenny in the middle on the right.
Rachel, this is your first Women's College World Series. I know you played here for the Big 12 tournament, but what's it been like? Have you had to try to keep emotions in check as this week's gone along? And then to any of the rest of you, to have somebody as veteran as Rachel, but to be going through this for the first time, I'm curious how that's impacted, you guys maybe have sort of a different experience through her eyes in a way.
Yeah, it's just been an amazing experience so far overall. Like with the events we've done and just knowing that when we come to the field tomorrow, there's just going to be a huge crowd. And I'm just so excited. And I can't think of a better way for me to kind of finish off my college career. And I'm so thankful that I have my teammates that have been here before to kind of, guide the younger girls and someone like me who's never been here and just make everyone feel more confident and comfortable going into it.
Yeah, I've caught myself kind of watching her a lot. Just the third out at against Oregon. We went and had a cool experience at Nike today, and to watch her, these guys have had it, so it's still awesome. But to see the young kids and then somebody like Rachel to get that, just the little things, and she's been so amazing at embracing everything from day one. She's just jumped right in here and said, "Tell me what you want. Tell me how you'd like me to be." And we don't tell her any of that stuff. We said, just be you. That's the best thing that we can tell you is just be the best you and everything will be great.
Okay, last question, back row left.
John Walker, Stillwater News Press. Kenny, I think you had talked about after the win over Oregon on Friday that every time you get to come down here, you just feel a different energy. What does that feel like when, on the other end of the spectrum from Rachel, somebody who's been here for 4 years now?
I mean, it's just, it gets bigger and bigger, and you drive in and, by our hotel, we have a couple of restaurants that we've gone to, and It's crazy. I think Shai was with me last night. Or yesterday, we went to a place to eat lunch, and I sat down, and this older lady sat down next to me, and she started asking me some questions, and I was like, it was kind of cool. And then this mother and her daughter walked up, and I wanted to take pictures of all them, and it doesn't get old. I don't want it to stop. I love it. I mean, it's just cool to see how these people that support this event, it's cool to see how excited that they are about this and how much they're invested, whether you're an OSU fan or not. It's really cool, and it feels good to be sitting here because I could be at home and not here, and I'm very appreciative of that. So I'll never complain about any of this kind of stuff because this is really neat, and it's an experience that each year it just changes and gets better.
That'll wrap it up for Oklahoma State. Thank you to Kenny, Kelly, Cheyenne, and Rachel.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh yeah, buddy. We talked about it. Yeah.
Good. I love it. I love it.
Volunteer. Of course.
Phil, update everybody with the weather, where we're at on the last three. When I know more. But yeah, we'll have Oklahoma next, and then the slight weather we have, we'll let you know. Washington, Utah, Stanford, that night. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't like you. I mean, we only walked through Central Park together, you know. That seems like forever ago, by the way. About what? Oh my gosh. Well, when they asked me to do this, it was like, what do I do? And they're like, oh yeah, we had something. I'm like, oh, I was in the room. I remember it. Thank you. Thank you. I'm just going to walk out of the room. Yeah, that one was, I was in the back like. That's up. There's been some Thunder ones like that, but nothing that serious, but just how they were going to react. But that was. I know. Well, had he done it like today, then it's before, but after like games, you know, that's because that's what I think Kenny said. There's a time and place.
I remember you told me the next day that it almost happened again because you told the story.
I was Joe for this one. So he didn't do anything. I don't care. I
Right in front of my Native American. You know, it's 1/5/12 Cherokee. We figured we
Yeah, Eric, how did this come to be?
you're just something about something back east. I don't know. Something about Gary Ramsey situation where you're just assigned. What about No, Jesse's the last one.
The job at OU. She stayed at Long Beach City, and then I recruited her to come to OU. So I've been with her since my beginnings. Off to Florida when Coach Lombardi left for Oregon. I thought, okay, this is a long shot. I'm going for it. And I went for it and got her back again. So connection has been fantastic. I think she is a perfect blend because JT and I have this head coach, hitting coach, mother-son thing going on. So I need that neutral, balance, calm, cool, sensible, to put all of this in order. And so besides that, she is just an outstanding communicator with pitchers. Her style is exceptional, and they gravitate to it.
Go middle row left here to Ryan.
Ryan Chapman, Sooners. Patty, you guys played Stanford so early in the season. What, if anything, can you kind of take from that game, seeing as the paths the teams have taken since then?
Not a lot at all, because we're two completely different teams. And I know that they're so much better, and Nija's now in their rotation, and every team starts, you have no idea. We walked in there, I just think if we could remember back to our first weekend, we were looking around like, what's going on? We were not quite ready to play. We thought we were. And I think a lot of teams feel that way. So whether we won or lost, I don't take much from it because we're all so different. And they look different on video in the games that we've seen lately.
Okay, we'll go to middle row, right to Jenny.
Hey, Patty. Jenny Carlson with the Oklahoma. You obviously live in this softball mad state all the time, but this week I'm wondering what it's like to sort of see, you know, with the series coming here and the attention and the team. Is it any different? Does it feel any different this week, just the ramp up of the way softball is right now in the state?
Not really. I mean, I feel anytime both teams are in, there's more excitement, I would guess. To be quite honest, I don't pay that much attention. I know that everybody's excited about it in state. So, but they've been in it for the last so many years, and we have as well. So I don't know that it feels extra different this time.
Sure, we'll go middle row to the left here to Eli.
Eli Letterman told us the world. I've one for Haley and then one for you, Patty. Haley, there's all you're here to play for this week, and I know how you guys feel. That there's one goal, but for yourself, what memories do you have watching this from afar, the World Series, and then getting to be here for yourself a first time? What is that like this week?
Watching it from afar, growing up, this was like my dream come true. You know, you take away the 8-year-old's dream and you make it a reality. Just getting to take this path and getting to experience it with such great players and great teammates, they've really made the journey like the funnest it could have been. I'm very excited to be here. I was watching just the media videos that everybody was getting to do earlier and just kind of taking it in, you know. It's really been a blessing to be here today and to be here with these girls. So I'm excited, and I'm very excited to be here.
Patty, Jenny mentions the ramp up and how big this has gotten, and I asked Lonnie Alameda about this, but she said at the social last night maybe you were still there talking about how to improve, how to grow the game. Mm-hmm. You probably have a long list, but if there was one thing at the top of it, where does the game need to grow in the next 5 years to be better than it is now?
One thing I'd like to see happen is in the regional championship that there's no doubleheaders. I think we need to get rid of doubleheaders completely in postseason. The only time we play doubleheaders is early, like in February and early March, and then they're gone. And then we bring them back, and it's laborsome, especially at the end of the season, to be on a field for that long. So that's something I would talk about. I haven't really put a lot of thought into it, but there's lots of things I put my head to. But it's nice to talk to other coaches and kind of hear their narratives as well.
We'll go front row to here to Eric.
Eric Bailey with the Tulsa World. I have a question for Alex and a question for Patty. Alex, from day one, when you stepped on campus with this program, can you talk us through seeing the fan support, seeing the kids wanting autographs, and now it'll probably be at another level these next couple days. What's this journey been like for you? And then for Patty, if you can just talk a little bit about the role models that these kids are. We talk about it all the time, but still, it seems like it's even more now because you guys are even under the spotlight more.
Yeah, I mean, Oklahoma, as I was getting recruited here, even just kind of seeing that almost different world that we kind of have with, how our fans follow us and, the details that are known and just the excitement that's around us kind of 365. And it's really, really fun to kind of be able to outwardly express that kind of passion and excitement and emotion because you see that within us and in our team and how we play. And it's cool to see it kind of reciprocated. I mean, playing last weekend at Marita Hines and seeing and hearing how loud and passionate our fans were, it was just kind of a mirror of what we were in the dugout and on the field and every play. So I think that's another big thing that's going to grow the game is when you have fans that can buy into your program and buy into the players that are representing that kind of school. So when you have that and you have softball on the TV all day, I mean, that's so exciting for me because I feel like even in my college career in the past 5 years, the difference from my freshman year to now is, 0 to 100. So it's been really, really cool to be a part of a big growth and growing step of the game, which is really, really fun.
I think I got it. So, grace is grace. The word grace. Cool, calm, thought-provoked. She's the settler. She is the, hear me, listen to me. She's one of the longest standing in our program, her and Grace Green. So her experience shows, and when she speaks, everything gets quiet and everybody listens. So it's like having easily another coach on the field. Alex, fun personality, big smile, joyful style, focused, but really passionate when she gets what she wants, fun to watch. This one right here is a treasure. And in a weird way, I'm proud of myself because when we faced Haley at Texas A&M, it was a nightmare. There are certain hitters when they come up, I'm like, oh no, oh man. And I know Roach is feeling the same way. And that was Haley. When I saw that she was on the portal, I didn't know her, but I was trying to kind of judge her. And so I see a lot of girls with a lot of tattoos and so forth, right? And I heard that she drives a motorcycle. I'm like, okay, this could be a major problem. I don't know if this is going to fit. And it's actually Grace Lyons and I'm like, I've got to call her. I'm not going to do this. I've got to call her. And when I got on the phone, it was just a sweet voice and a wonderful conversation. She came in on a visit. It was Grace and I were like the only ones in town. And she came on campus with her mother and her grandmother. And sitting with her, and this is going to be weird, but kind of fell in love with her personality and just so happy that I wasn't so lame to say, oh no, I don't want to do that. But okay, I'm going to say this to you because you have a career in cartoon voices. Because she is in the dugout. She's not on the field all the time. And she's near me enough that there are so many different voices coming out of her from, I'm not even going to make you imitate any, but it is a trip. I keep looking down like, who is making that sound? And it's this one right here. So all of them bring some unique, genuine wonderfulness to this team.
We'll go to Myron, back row on the right.
Myron Patton, Fox 25. Patty, you stole my question because I was going to ask Grace, since she's been here the longest, you talk about the different cultures. Did the softball cut through all of that? Because you've seen a lot, you had a lot of different teammates. How did you guys kind of blend and make it work on the field?
What's so special about college softball is you do get a new class each year. I know growing up in travel ball, you kind of play with the same group all the way through. And college is awesome because, you're there for a mission of 4, and we got 5 years, so little extra year, but you always get a new group. Every single year the team is different, and you kind of have to figure out how you guys want to rally each year, and coming up with maybe just like a team dynamic that will change slowly. We still stick to that championship mindset. That's just how the Sooner program is, and the legacy has left it. But each year is so unique, and I think it goes to just, one, the type of players coach recruits, just so open and kind and welcoming to everyone. We're all competitors, but I think the human side is something that's special that we don't really give much credit to, of how everyone is so unique, but we really rally around the fact that we're people too, and we have hobbies and passions, and a lot of us have a strong faith in the Lord, and I think that's something that's important to a lot of us, knowing that it's so much bigger than what happens on the field, and that's something that brings it into perspective for all of us, that yes, these 4 or 5 years are awesome, but what are we going to do after? How are we going to be after? Coach prepares us to turn into women after, to become wives and moms and things like that, that goes way beyond this sport. So I think just that perspective allows us to be welcoming to everyone, invite all different personalities, and everyone can feel like themselves in the dugout, in the locker room, on the field.
Sure. We'll go front row left, Ryan here.
Ryan Aber from the Oklahoma, and I have a question for first Patty and then the players. First, Patty, you mentioned Kennedy from Stanford. Was wondering if you ran across her in the recruiting trail, and if so, what do you remember about her then, how that went, and then what particularly stands out to you about her as a pitcher this year?
Yes, I did. And I will just stop right there. She's not here. So she was a great athlete, great hitter, really good pitcher. She has really grown as maybe more from a thrower to a pitcher. Probably around her junior year and going into her senior year, she started to really dominate some teams, and Stanford's done a great job with her. So I have seen her. I've known her for a long time. She used to come to camps a lot. Wonderful family, wonderful girl. I'm happy for her, and their coaching staff has done a really good job with her and developing her into a really outstanding pitcher.
Appreciate it, Patty. And then Haley and Grace, I was going to ask you about her, but had to pivot a little bit with something Patty said. First of all, what do you remember about that first meeting between the two of you? And Haley, tell us about the motorcycles.
Well, for starters, you ride a motorcycle. You don't really drive it, but I'm not going to go into too deep of that. But long story short, my grandma used to ride motorcycles in the day, and she had one in her garage, and she was offering up to my guy cousins, and I'm like, well, Grandma, why can't I have it? Like, I'll take it from you. And my parents were like, no, but I'm kind of hard-headed, so I went and scheduled me a class anyways, paid for it and everything, and I was like, it's non-refundable, so I'm gonna go. And then got my license, took the bike to get fixed, and then I just started riding. So it's really fun, it's really freeing. The weather in Norman's not always the best, but when it is, I'm out there, so it's fun. Yeah.
And then that first meeting between you and Grace, and interested in both y'all's perspectives on that.
Well, I was a little nervous. I don't know if they knew or not, but so I was a little more kind of not reserved, but a little quieter than normal. And then as we kind of went on and I got to learn more about each of them, I really started to get comfortable and just started to kind of express and really just show off my personality. And it was really fun, you know. I got to see the family side of everyone, and I really drew and connected with that, so I was really excited. And family's really big to me, so just getting to be with that and getting to really grasp that was very important for me as well.
That's all the time we have for Oklahoma. Thank you to Patty, Grace, Haley, and Alex.
Thank you.
Taking us over.
Give her my gum.
Okay, we're now going to get going with Washington with Coach Heather Tarr and athletes Silent Rain Espinoza and Kelly Lynch. A reminder to please silence your phones and then give your name and affiliate whenever you ask a question. Heather, would you maybe want to open with an opening statement?
Well, we're super excited to be here and grateful for the opportunity. This team has earned its way here, as have the other 7 teams. And these 2 young ladies here are proud to represent their teams, their communities, their families. And we haven't been here since 2019 when Silent Rain was a freshman. So it's neat to be able to bring a group from that point in time in their career to now at the end of their career after the pandemic and all that. But we are excited to represent the University of Washington and go out and compete and continue to learn how to play Husky softball as long as we can in 2023.
Open up to questions. Anybody have any? Barry?
Yeah, Barry Trammell with the Oklahoman. Both of you girls, Kelly and Silent Rain, you guys had one of the most remarkable comebacks in NCAA tournament history, down 6 or 7, whatever it was, going into the last inning. Not just winning and being able to get here, but what does that do for you going forward in terms of fortifying what obviously was a high level of confidence and belief, but what does that do to even expand those emotions and those dedications?
Yeah, I think just the momentum and energy that came after that game and just in that last inning has really propelled us into Supers last weekend and now the World Series. So we call it Husky Fever, but really just all the energy and momentum it gave us. Such a special moment for the program and for us, and it was an amazing thing to be a part of. So,
Yeah, I think it gave us the confidence to know that we're not out until the last out is played, you know. We still had 3 outs to work with, and it gave us the confidence that we can come back in games like that and to not give up too soon.
Go to Eli in the middle row on the right.
Eli Letterman, Tulsa World. Kelly, you guys come here with a team goal, I'm sure, but for yourself, this is your first time at the Women's College World Series. I'm curious what memories you might have of growing up watching this or watching it from afar.
yeah, I actually got the opportunity to come here in 2010 as a spectator and watch, and as a little girl, you know, this is the dream. So kind of got myself caught up in the goal of just getting to the World Series, but, you know, the real goal is to win the last game. So I think it's the same game we played as we were kids, but also taking a moment to just really be grateful for being here and on this stage and to represent all the little girls that want to be here one day. So, yeah, super surreal and, yeah, just grateful to be here.
Do you remember who you had been watching there? Is there anyone who stands out in your memory? And then beyond that, is there anything just about this experience that you're most looking forward to?
Yeah, I remember I came with a friend to watch the University of Georgia, UGA, but I actually remember everyone talking about some pitcher, Danielle Laurie, who was playing for the University of Washington. So kind of full circle moment being here now, but just looking forward to take it all in and just be a part of this special week and, yeah, play some Husky softball, so.
We'll go to Joe in the middle on the right.
Joe Masato, the Oklahoman. Heather, bigger picture question. Pace of play has been an issue a lot of coaches have talked about. I've asked them about it in previous press conferences. Do you see that as an issue? And if so, like, do you have any ideas of how you would want to maybe tighten things up a little bit?
Yeah, I do have a lot of opinions about that, but I think the pace of play can be controlled by the similar time clock that we have in the international game. So it's a 20-second pitch clock. Secondly, what is challenging for these young ladies is the 42 minutes, and it's a good problem, of commercials that we wait for. And we're normally used to a media timeout or between innings of 90 seconds in conference play or other play that doesn't involve media. And then when we get to this stage, which we're grateful for, is a 2.5-minute break. And so it's hurry up, slow down, hurry up and slow down. So what many people that aren't involved don't see is that. So I think the 20-second time clock certainly can help, you know, the pitch by pitch situation. But, you know, it's a good problem when you have media. But when 42 minutes of the time is considered for all those timeout or those between inning moments, it makes it a really challenging dichotomy of competing.
Thanks. Any more questions? Back row, left.
Justin McLeod from Extra Inning Softball. Coach, kind of fitting with the gentleman who walked in with you, I want to ask you about your coaching tree. The last couple of years, you've seen players who've played for you go into coaching, coaches you've coached with. Can you just talk about your coaching tree and what it's like to see players who you fostered all the way up now succeeding as coaches themselves?
Well, it's an honor to be able to have coached in the game long enough where I'm no longer feeling like I'm under, Teresa Wilson and John Rittman and Brian Colsey's coaching tree. Rather, now we all have extensions out of us from the University of the Pacific, Cindy Ball at UCF, Victoria Hayward at San Diego State, just to name a few. There are so many of our women that have learned the game under us, and it's neat to see the layers that they have. And, I give my credit back to my dad, my first ever coach, and all of my Little League coaches. But it's a really neat thing now to see the Washington coaching tree continue to grow and expand, and knowing that their lessons that they teach are probably more efficient and effective than they were when I once received them. So it's an honor to be involved in this profession, and it's a gift from God.
We'll go back to Eli, middle row right.
Heather, this sport and this event has certainly grown from the first time you came here exponentially, and the sport has taken, whether it's NIL or the portal, it's grown with every change that's come. Where do you think that next thing is? What's the next thing the sport needs to tackle to be better off 5 years from today?
I think the sport needs just continued top-down growth. I think the bottom-up is really good from a grassroots standpoint and support at the youth levels. Now, of course, being the national team head coach, you always want more unification from the ground up, and how the teachings are done and what the lessons are that we're teaching from a tactical developmental standpoint. But I also think that you got to keep up with the times, and so whatever the things are that are next, you all have to. We always have to evolve and grow. But I think just having a parent of our sport, is it Major League Baseball? Is it USA Softball? What is it? Would help this. The WNBA looks to the NBA for, sometimes it's financing and initial maybe kick investment wise. But I think it's just that. I think at the college level, we're peaking, we're rising. I mean, the support we have and these guys see is amazing. But I just think from the top down, it could be something that could be game changing for women in this sport.
Back to Joe, middle.
Yeah, Heather, just wanted to ask one more follow-up. Given your experience with the national team, and going back to my question about pace of play, like how much of a transition was that to have the pitch clock, and like how long would it take to sort of implement on this level?
Well, I think it wouldn't take long at all, but I also think there's something that an international, most sanctioned events by the WBSC, you can't leave the batter's box. You have to have 1 foot in the batter's box. Now, some players that have advanced their mental game routine wouldn't like that, but you'd adapt and you'd overcome that. But I think that's another thing to consider. But I don't think it would be that big of a deal because the clock right now is kind of like in basketball, it's like 3 seconds in the key. And the athletes that might be 3.5 seconds in the key sometimes are forgiven, or maybe you had 2.5 seconds and I wasn't in there that long. So I think the clock is somewhat ambiguous, and I think it would actually help the officials manage the clock more effectively if it were present and out there.
Back row right.
Mike Brown with Washington Radio. Sai, what do you remember from your first World Series here, and have some of the players that are not 50 or seniors been asking you and the other ones about what it's like here in the last week or so?
Yeah, it's been 4 years since we've been here, but I've watched every year, and I remember just kind of being overwhelmed as a freshman coming into all of this. But this year I feel like I've been able to be present and be in the moment, and that was kind of what I've been voicing to the younger ones when they ask. Just take it for what it is and be as present as you can, because that's how we're going to ultimately win this thing, is being as present as you can and not letting the moments get bigger than they are.
Any more questions in the room? Barry?
Barry Tremel with the Oklahoman. Heather, I think your first year here was 97, I think. Do you still think about the old days when you walk in here and, Spediacci and those Rosie and those other teammates that you guys sort of made a big splash with?
Yeah, I definitely look back to my experience to lead this group but also to reflect back on the opportunity is the same feeling. The same feeling we had coming here is the same feeling I still have to this day. It's so exciting. And when I don't have that feeling anymore, maybe I retire. But I think one of the opportunities that we got as players at Washington as our first year going to the World Series was actually in '96. And that was actually in Columbus, Georgia, as a showcase to the '96 Olympic Games. So we didn't get our first opportunity to go to the World Series in that way. So my second time going was here. But going back to those times, like, we believed we could win the thing and do it. And I think just from the pride that comes from being a Washington Husky, growing up in Seattle, that just continues to fuel me, but also try to give it to these guys and never take it for granted. I think that's really what the lessons are that I try to impart on our gals, and just continue to make it bigger and better for those that come behind you. That's one of our messages as well.
Any more questions in the room? We do have one on Zoom from Eric Lopez.
Coach, good to talk to you again. I'm curious, you're playing Utah once again. You played them in the regular season and the Pac-12 tournament. How does that affect preparation, that you know this team so well, but yet you both are probably different today than you were the last time you played?
Yeah, it's a great opportunity for the Pac-12 to have three teams here, and maybe what some might consider three quote-unquote non-traditional Pac-12 teams. But I think the opportunity to compete against a common opponent, a known opponent, is a challenge, because just as well as we know them, they know us. But, you know, it's on a big stage, and what a great opportunity, again, for our conference to showcase itself. It's unfortunate that we match up right away, but I mean, we've had these situations before. In Silent Rain's freshman year, we matched up with Arizona, and so, you know, it's the good and the bad of being in a conference like ours that showcases these teams at this stage. So we're just we're trying to sharpen our sword, and we're trying to use these opportunities to continue to improve and become the best version that we can be.
Any more questions? Last call. One more. Last one. Back row, right?
Lee Dobbins, rounding third softball. Coach, you mentioned showcasing of the Pac-12, a lot of change coming with the Pac-12, with UCLA moving out, them considering other teams coming in. What do you think the Pac-12 needs to do to showcase that visibility more, say, on the East Coast, the middle of the country, where a lot of your games during the year come on 10 o'clock after, from that standpoint?
Yeah, I think obviously one disadvantage, we're going to always be geographically disadvantaged from the greater population of the United States, given a population map. I mean, if you know that, you can look and see, like, well, the majority of the United States lives east of the Mississippi, so that's always going to be a challenge. But also, too, being able to become part of a network that has more access than, you know, a specialized network. I mean, there's times even where I can't get the Pac-12 network when I'm trying to watch a game or two. And so I understand how challenging that is, and that has been. And I don't think it matters who is part of our conference so much as it is what kind of networks we align with that can give access beyond just, you know, one channel or 8 channels that people have to get. And I will answer the question of UCLA. We're obviously saddened softball-wise that UCLA is leaving our conference. It was very weird thinking about, wow, this could be the last time we play in Westwood. This could be the last time, you know, we compete in the Pac-12 championship, our first ever, and UCLA's last time is here. So that's a different place. But, you know, we had Utah come in, Utah and Colorado. They don't have softball come in, you know, more than 10 years ago. And look what Utah has become, not only, you know, softball-wise, but football-wise. So I think anybody that enters our conference could be advantaged. But also, too, I think the conference has its work cut out to negotiate something beyond what it has today.
That'll wrap things up for Washington. Thank you, Heather, Silent Rain, and Kelly.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Good luck.
No one even knows that joke. Because they don't have phone books anymore.
Need one to drive with, actually, back in the day. Right, we're going to get going with Utah with Coach Amy Hogue, Mariah Lopez, and Alyssa Bonstrom. Please remember to silence your phones and give your name and affiliation whenever you ask a question. You may want to open with an opening statement.
Yeah, so go Utes. Being here is exciting. It's been a long time. Apparently 29 years, someone's been keeping track. It's changed a lot. The game's grown a ton. And I couldn't be happier to be here with the group that I've got here today.
Open to questions. Barry?
Barry Trammell, the Oklahoman. I believe you were on that '94 team. What do you remember about Utah's trip that year?
I remember that we weren't expected to be there, kind of like this year. We were scrappy and played as a team, kind of like this group. We had more fun than anybody. That year we opened with Oklahoma State in game 1, so I don't think anyone cheered for us except for maybe the 100 that we brought from Salt Lake. But we just had a good time, you know. That's what Utah does. That's our culture, and it's been that way, and it's still that way.
Should we go to Joe in the middle row on the right?
Joe Masato, the Oklahoman. Amy, just a bigger picture question for you. Pace of play has been a big topic of conversation as games get a little longer. Do you see that as an issue at all? And if so, do you have any ideas of things you would want to see changed?
I think some days it's an issue for sure. I know we talk about it a lot, trying to find some good ideas to change it, mostly to fit within a TV window. Our sport is so fantastic to watch on TV. And if we have to speed it up in order to get those prime windows, then we absolutely should continue to figure out how to do that. I've always thought the strike zone needs to get a little bigger or even be called with the size that it is. We're calling too many balls, and I think that any of the games that I feel like the strike zone allowed for us to call corners, those are the games staying under 2 hours. So I think that's the easiest fix rather than changing too many things about the game that are already so great. So call the strike zone the way that's intended, which includes corners. Makes it a little safer too. It's getting a little dangerous.
Back row.
For Alyssa and Mariah both, you know, your coach talked about it just a minute ago. Maybe you weren't expected to be here, but you guys have fought all year, Pac-12 champions, all the way through the postseason and all that. Have you guys embraced that chip on your shoulder mentality through this year?
Yeah, I think what helped us was not making postseason last season. We had the record, we were right there to make it, and we were just one of those bubble teams that didn't make it. And so I think that kind of led to this year where all season we have been saying we're going to be here at this time. And so I think if we wouldn't have made postseason last year, it wouldn't have been as great of a story as it is this year. And so it's definitely that chip on the shoulder mentality for this year.
I agree with her. I think that we've known from the start of this year that we were going to make it here. And so just playing like that all year, taking that with us into this weekend and just playing like we know we should be here.
More questions in the room? Barry?
Yeah, Les and Mariah, Pac-12 is a great softball conference. You guys are not in one of the necessarily tropical weather places of the Pac-12. How do you compensate for that in terms of, you know, you have sort of a real winter unlike Tucson and LA and places like that. What are the ways that Utah compensates and is able to compete at the same level?
Yeah, well, we practice, the same as other teams. We'll just practice indoors, and if we have to postpone our games, we'll still get our games in like everyone else, just a little bit later in the season.
Yeah, I think it's just adjusting to conditions. We're a team that thrives on just going with the flow, and it doesn't scare us or shock us when, it snows a day before we got to play. Okay, let's get out and shovel the field. So we're definitely a team that kind of thrives on just going with the flow. And, weather conditions, may not be great, but we're going to go out and play Utah softball.
Back row. No.
Coach Justin McLeod from Extra Inning Softball. What Alyssa was just mentioning about, last year you missed the postseason, you're just on that bubble and you just miss out. Have you seen that, I don't want to say that recollection, but have you seen that drive in your team, and have you fostered that, or is it just kind of something they foster amongst themselves?
Most of the things are things they foster amongst themselves, especially because for this particular moment that happened last year and being a bubble team and not getting selected, it was right before summer. So I don't have any control of what the summer looks like for them. But they took it upon themselves to make sure they did the work like they never have through the summer and come back in the fall more prepared than ever. So because of that fact, when they started up in the fall, we got to start at a place we've never started before because they were so much more fit and ready to go. And so, I mean, it raised the bar already, and they did that themselves. And because of that starting point and then that attitude throughout the season, they just built stronger and stronger and got to places they haven't been in a really long time.
Right, I think we have a couple questions on Zoom. Could we start with Dana Green?
Hey guys, can you hear me out there?
Go ahead.
Okay, great. For Coach, just the experience of playing Washington, you've done it 4 times already and very recently in the Pac-12 tournament. How does that experience help, knowing that you have beaten them a couple times this year?
Yeah, we're 2-2 against those guys. Very familiar. We're familiar to them. They're familiar with us. So that brings its own challenges. I like the fact that it's familiar for us because this environment is going to be so unfamiliar that it'll give us one more thing to settle our team, I think. If they look up and aren't used to be in front of 16,000 people, but they see a hitter, that we're facing that they are familiar with, it might help comfort them on that first game. But yeah, they're a great team. It's going to be a battle. It's going to be a chess match, a lot of back and forth, a lot of common knowledge about each other. So it's usually a grind. It's usually a battle. But when we play that many times, usually the score's a little elevated. But because of the intensity of the moment, it's probably going to be whoever can settle in with their nerves the best probably has the advantage.
Okay, we'll stay on Zoom and go to Alex.
Hi, Coach. What do you remember about how the jumping in the pool celebration first started in 1991, and why did you choose to continue it this year with your team?
1991 was a long time ago. Let's see what I remember about it. I remember we were excited and we won and it was hot. We were in Texas. So we got off the bus and the gates weren't locked or anything. The pool was just behind the hotel. So we just jumped in. The bus driver got in and everything. That's what I remember about that. As far as continuing it, it just is fun. And this group wins championships. They do hard things and then they enjoy what they did. And that's part of it. So that's why we've continued it.
Okay, we have one more on Zoom from Eric Lopez.
Eric Lopez in the circle. Coach Hogue, talk about DJ and Paige and the impact they've had here. Obviously, record-setting numbers, offensively, great pitching. And in Paige's case, obviously, having that experience of playing in this setting and winning, having success.
Yeah, how about that staff I have? That was probably some of my best recruiting I've done to date, is finding those two. Making them through and through Utah people. They love it. Yeah, so DJ runs the hitting program. I think early on, he was so eager that he pretty much vomited everything he knew about hitting to our players and probably overwhelmed them at first, but he never slowed down. Like, I love the fact that he said, I know all these things and I want to help you, so hurry and catch up and learn it all as quick as you can. And I think that he's been here long enough now that, and he's a great example of this. She took what it was that he had to say, and it just took a while before she could perform the way that he wanted, meaning to learn the style of hitting that he was teaching. And now we're very settled in it. It's very exciting to see the progress that we've made as a program under his leadership in the hitting side. As far as Paige goes, she couldn't wait to get time with this one, with Mariah being a lefty pitcher and knowing what she could help Mariah develop. I'm pretty sure she took the job because she wanted to have her be the first one to lead us here to the World Series. She had it in her mind what it looked like. She's done it before, and here we are.
Okay, we'll get two more on Zoom. We'll go to Alex back on Zoom.
This is for Mariah and Alyssa. What do the two of you think of the jumping in the pool celebration? And because you guys are basically diving in it, it looks kind of scary. Like, do you guys ever worry about when the coach, when she flips, getting hurt or anybody getting hurt? And is anybody, maybe not a strong swimmer and choosing not to participate in it?
I mean, that definitely wasn't even a thought for any of us. We all just kind of went in, and that was just something that we knew that Utah softball does. And so we just went with the tradition. And, if anyone drowned, we were there to help them up. So thankfully that didn't happen. But I will say it is kind of challenging jumping in with full uniforms and trying to swim back up to the top. But we all did it, thankfully.
Yeah, I mean, we were all super excited to jump in and be part of that tradition. The biggest challenge was just trying not to jump on each other, but that was a lot of fun.
Okay, last question will come from Dana Green on Zoom.
Hey, this is for Alyssa and Mariah. Just what's it like being there in Oklahoma City? This is the dream. This is what you've worked your entire lives towards is getting to the College Softball World Series, the Women's College World Series. What's it like being there? I know the games haven't started, but is the excitement level just palpable for you guys?
I mean, to start, it's very surreal, especially, I know it hasn't started yet, but I mean, doing these press conferences and just being here in Oklahoma City, I think all of us have dreamed of being here as little girls, and just to kind of live out that childhood dream is very special. So yeah, just trying to soak in every moment that we have here is definitely what we're trying to do.
Yeah, this is definitely the dream, and I think that everyone still is kind of in shock. This is real, and so we're just trying to make the most of it and have a lot of fun together.
All right, that'll wrap things up for Utah. Thank you, Amy, Mariah, and Alyssa.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Go Utes. Thank you.
Thank you. Good job. Thanks. Good luck. Yeah, good luck. Yeah, good to see you, man. Good luck. Kill it, man.
And then we got Stanford right outside. We'll bring them right in. Okay. Barry, you're not going to be all day. 7 and 8.
with Stanford. We're joined by Coach Jessica Allister, Elena Vaughter, Nigeri Kennedy, sorry, bad handwriting, and Emily Schultz. Reminder to please silence your phones and give your name and affiliation before asking a question. You want to start off with an opening statement?
Yeah, thrilled to be here. Really proud of this group of young women. And after a tremendous season, happy to be concluding it here in Oklahoma City. So just really, really excited to get going.
Open up for questions. Back row.
Justin McLeod from Extra Inning Softball. Coach, the last time Stanford was here, you were here. I feel like it's probably a little different about
moments you can.
More questions in the room? Back row again.
For Emily and then for Coach. Coach alluded to it a few minutes ago. This was not, Stanford was not always a World Series team the last few years. Can you just walk me through the journey to get to this point and be sitting on the stage and be playing tomorrow?
Yeah, I think we've kind of talked about it a little bit, but I think it's pretty surreal. I remember my freshman year, we were so excited that we got to postseason. We actually went to Gainesville, and I remember it wasn't the best weekend, but I walked off the field with Coach Allister, and she gave me a hug, and she said, "Remember this moment, we're going to be back here." And I think ever since my freshman year, it's kind of just been a journey back to that, and every year it's gotten a little bit better. We've obviously brought some incredible players in, some incredible pitching, and I think we've just kind of shifted the culture of Stanford softball and kind of made us a name to be forced to be reckoned with, I think, in the country. And so it's pretty surreal to be here. But as a fifth year, I think there's no other way. I'd rather kind of wrap it up. So yeah.
Remind me of the question.
Just chronicling the journey, getting Stanford back to this point.
I think everything that Emily just said, it was always the goal. And when I took the job because Stanford's the best athletic department in the country. And if you look across the scope of sports, specifically on the women's side, there's absolutely no reason that Stanford softball shouldn't be competing for championships like all the other women's sports teams in our department. And I thought it was a sleeping giant and a task that I was excited to take on. So proud to be here and just really proud of the women sitting next to me.
And actually, for both pitchers, could you just speak to the relationship you guys have in your bullpen, just what that dynamic is like?
Yeah, so I can start. So I think we all kind of accredit everything to Coach Nyberg. She does a fantastic job with creating like one-on-one relationships with us, making sure that we know, how important it is to be able to work together. And just like that, you kind of love working together. So yeah, I think Coach Nyberg is the tip top as far as that's concerned. But then, these girls are the secondary. It's just fun to be around. We love hanging out with each other on and off the field. It just makes the bullpen a fun place to be.
Yeah, kind of building off of that, I feel like there's just this atmosphere in the bullpen that I don't know, that's hard to replicate. We all have each other's backs. If someone throws a good pitch, the whole bullpen's kind of yelling and celebrating it. But I'm just every practice where it says bullpen, I'm always excited.
Sure. Go to Ryan on the middle row, right?
Ryan Chapman, the franchise coach. When you match up with Oklahoma so early in the season, is there anything you can take from that game? Or since it was, game 2 for you, game 3 for them, is two teams just totally different at this point?
Yeah, it was a long time ago. But absolutely, obviously we'll draw back from that and, watch the film and you get some information from there. But I think that we're both very different teams at this point in the season. And, there's a lot of ball that's been played since then.
Any more in the room? We'll go to Zoom with Eric Lopez.
Eric Lopez in the Circle podcast. Coach, I know there's been a lot of alumni that are making the trip. Jessica Mendoza obviously is working the event. I've been told Ramona Shelburne's trying to make the event between her commitments to the NBA. What's it been like for the alumni? Have you heard from the alumni and the excitement around this program right now?
We have, and I told Ramona the NBA Finals. What the heck? You got to go there? Just kidding. It's been wonderful. It's been surreal, and that's been an added bonus. Just to hear from people that we hear from on occasion, but reaching out of the blue, saying we'll be there. It's special. And when you talk about programs and you talk about sustainable programs, a piece of that is bringing everybody back and having that that feel of once you put on the jersey, you're always going to wear the jersey. So it's going to be great to see some familiar faces. And we told them they better cheer loud.
More questions in the room? Since we have any time players, anything you want to add on your season or being here in Oklahoma City, anything like that before we wrap up?
I mean, I'm just ready to go. I'm ready to go. That's all I got to say.
All right, well, with that, we'll wrap things up for Stanford. Thank you for everybody for being here.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
this freaking pole.
Hello.
Pitchers can talk
Hey guys,
shop.
how are y'all?
How are you?
Joe Montana can talk shop.
Oh, okay. I'll take all the info I can get. I love it.
It'll be like just 2 more minutes, the last young lady's on her way.
Sounds good.
Yep, so enjoy the spotlight first.
Looks like a lot of that today.
Yeah, we're about to go to dinner, so.
Where at?
The Red Rock Cafe. Yeah. Yes, Murph, that's Murph's favorite spot. So.
Tomorrow night. Well, no, softball.
Right. That's cool. That is cool.
The bells sound fun.
Yes, I will. He takes us every year we come. No, I'm excited. We also go to the Nike thing. I think somebody showed me a TikTok.
Yeah,
so we all went to.
Yeah. It was probably mine. I'm the only one that does it.
Okay.
Me too. I'm like, there's got to be
actually-
somebody, right?
I told myself that I was going to vlog today, and it's just been just.
It's too much.
It's a
It's too
lot,
much.
and I'm not like the first person to be like.
Really? Yeah,
Video
like
stuff.
No, literally.
But so we're excited to go do that.
Yeah.
But that
Wait, that was already or
No, we're
going
so
tonight?
me and Nate leave from here and go there, and then from there to dinner. It's so fun.
Wait, we got low-key lucky because they had like hair braiders, so we got to braid our hair like before media day and practice, and yeah, yeah. But it's also nice to have
I wonder what
like,
that
a night
consists of.
shift and
Right.
enjoy it all.
Yes.
I think it's strictly fielding. So you have to do a lot of balls.
Right.
Very tired. I didn't even see who was
Yeah.
Yeah.
Going, take a nap. Literally walking in.
Yeah.
It was nice to, get out of the way though, yeah. Yeah. There was a lightning bug? Really? Oh.
Dang.
Oh, we didn't know that.
Dang.
Oh, geez.
That sucks.
Yeah. How's Miss Katie doing?
I played with her for like a few tournaments.
She was she just like got way down.
Yeah. That's
awesome.
awesome.
I'm happy for
She's
her.
absolutely, yeah, she's just
Crushing
it's
it.
so funny. She's all-
One of the final All-Americans is literally walking in, so I just like to wait for her. So if you can just be patient for one more minute. How's the hotel?
It's nice. That's good. With the balloons. Do y'all have balloons when you guys walked in to the hotel? Do you guys have They're so nice. I'm trying to walk in.
It just makes things. There they are. Hello. Come on. Patrick, we forgive you. Okay, thanks for your patience, everybody. My name is Carol Bruggeman. I'm the Executive Director of the NFCA. Just want to talk a little bit about the All-American, and then we'll turn it over for questions for our All-Americans. But it's an honor to be here today representing these young ladies, as well as the coaches participating in the Women's College World Series during the NFCA All-American announcement, which is followed by the Rawlings Gold Glove announcement. We want to thank the NCAA for allowing us to be just part of this press conference and the opportunity to present here at the Women's College World Series. The NFCA stands for the National Fast Pitch Coaches Association. We're the national professional organization for softball coaches of all levels throughout the nation. Among many things, we provide scholarships and awards for coaches and student athletes. One of the ways we fulfill the purpose of the NFCA is through our vibrant awards program. It's our honor to recognize the Division I softball student athletes for their outstanding athletic achievements by selecting the All-Americans. Before we introduce you to this prestigious group, I'd like to briefly recap the selection process because that's always an important piece of the puzzle. In late April, all member Division I coaches can nominate up to 8 student athletes from their respective teams for all-region consideration. Those same Division I coaches then vote for their respective all-region teams by mid-May. Coaches cannot vote for their own team members. Once an athlete earns all-region status, they're eligible for All-American status. The NFCA Division I All-American Committee, made up of 10 elected coaches represent each region, traveled here to Oklahoma City for an in-person meeting on Sunday night and all day Monday to conduct the All-American voting and selection process. The list you have that you see online and that the list that's on the press release showcases the best of the best for 2023. We invite you to enjoy our NFCA Division I All-American highlight videos on our website at nfca.org, our social media accounts, or on our NFCA YouTube channel. Earning the title of NFCA All-American is one of the highest individual awards a Division I softball student athlete can achieve. Here are a few highlights from this year's selections. 55 student athletes are recognized from 33 different institutions. Every team at the World Series has at least one selection. Oklahoma, the #1 seed at the Women's College World Series, landed an NFCA record 5 first-team All-Americans for the second straight year. The first-team pitching selection, Montana Fouts of Alabama, is the 41st student athlete to hold the honor of 4-time NFCA All-American. The Diamond Sports NFCA Catcher of the Year is Tara McGowan from Oregon, and the New Balance NFCA Golden Shoe goes to Maya Davis from Louisiana. The Tucci NFCA Division I Player and Pitcher of the Year will be announced at the conclusion of the Women's College World Series. So just congratulations to the young ladies here in front of me. This is just a sample size of the group. And so I'm just going to turn it over to all of you for questions for our All-Americans.
I'm going to start with Elena and honestly work my way down.
Perfect.
Elena, for you, you have been part of a pitching staff that has gotten to be so deep, and everybody knows Stanford's pitching is so deep. What does it mean to you to know that not only is your pitching staff deep, but you have, your individual accomplishments have been such that you're now an All-American?
I didn't know that this is what this was. My coach and Claire just told me to come up here. Thank you. Yeah, well, it means everything. But I mean, gosh.
It's okay. Take your time. Take your time. It's a big deal. It's a really big deal.
Yeah, it means everything. I mean, Coach Nyberg is one of my best friends on this planet, and I think, I mean, her and Coach Alistair just have absolutely believed in me from day one. So yeah, obviously, you know, as a staff, we're super successful, and we've been able to just grow the program and end up in Oklahoma City where, you know, we've thought that we've needed to be for a while now. But yeah, it just means everything. So.
Montana, for you, 4-time All-American, there's not a whole lot of people who can say that. I know it doesn't get old, but does it give you a little extra something every time you hear All-American every year when you add that to your list?
Well, first, I would just like to say thank you for the committee, and I know you guys put in a lot of time and effort into this, and it's a great task, so I would like to say I'm really grateful for the opportunity, but honestly, I'm just grateful every year. I'm really extremely grateful, and I wouldn't be able to say that without my teammates that make that possible.
Alyssa, for you, first All-American award, just similar to what I asked Elena, just what does that mean for you to know that, you know, you're on Oklahoma, everybody talks about Oklahoma's offense, but your individual accomplishments have been such to get you this award?
I would also like to thank you guys as well, but yeah, it's awesome. I feel like this is something that I've really looked forward to possibly happen, and for it to come true has been really awesome. I remember like having conversations with my dad and looking at like inspired by people like Sidney Romero and like all the greats throughout this game that have been at this point as well. So I think it was really cool and kind of a full circle moment.
I just feel like if I can see you, you should be able to see me. Kiki, for you, this All-American Award, everybody knows what your play is like. They know you go all out, and you're rewarded with an All-American Award. I want to know about that all-out play that gets you to this point, though. What is it within you that fuels you to go that extra 3 steps? What is it within Kiki that gets you to that point?
Yeah, I think just on our team, we always talk about staying on the attack, and that's just kind of what I have tried to emulate my game after this entire year, is just like stay on the attack, like with whatever I do, whether it's in the box, on the bases, on the field, just going all out and hunting, like getting in there, hunting my pitch. But I wouldn't be able to have the freedom to do that without all of my teammates behind my back and all of my teammates supporting me. You don't get these honors without, being on a great team and being on a team that, is competing at a very high level. So I'm just very thankful for all of them, and that's the reason why I'm able to compete at such a high level.
Ashley, for you, you've battled injuries over your career, and this year you've been so strong. Knowing you've overcome so much, does this All-American Award mean something a little extra special to you?
I mean, yeah, coming into this year, I did not know what to expect. I wasn't sure what I was going to be able to do physically and how I was going to be limited in that way. I was just grateful for another opportunity to step on the field with these amazing girls, and just for this to end up as a first-team All-American is just so surreal, and I'm just so thankful, and it's all glory to God and His guidance and His strength throughout this entire season and my entire career. And it's just, I'm so thankful for everyone involved that's helped me in the sports medicine staff and the coaches and obviously my teammates as well, and just the amazing pitching staff that we have and the support that I have in the circle, and then offensively and defensively as well. I could not be more thankful for them and just all the ways they supported me both on and off the field.
Yes, go ahead.
Right, Chapman, also, Alyssa, we talk about your offense a lot, but you don't win something like this unless you're great both sides. You've short, left, now back to third. Just how big of a testament is that your entire career you've been able to tackle whatever any coaching staff's kind of handed to you?
Yeah, especially coming on a team like Oklahoma. Obviously, similar to what Kiki said, being around great talent like that really pushes you. And I know coming in here last year, I was just trying to get in the lineup and really do whatever I could for the team. And if that meant going on the grass, that's exactly what I was going to do. So moving into the infield again was kind of really cool for me to get back to my roots as well. And I've had a lot of fun. I've learned so much being next to Grace Lyons more, and just being on that infield and working with Coach, especially now that she really handles the infield. So that's kind of her forte. And it's just been really fun. And I've loved it ever since she's put me back in the infield. But yeah, I think my teammates have really challenged me in that, and we expect greatness, and I think those expectations have really taken me to new heights.
Any other questions for any of the All-Americans? Okay, well, thank you very much. We'll take one quick photo, and then please stay in your seats. We'll have our Rawlings Gold Glove announcement in about the next 3 or 4 minutes. Thank you.
Oh my God.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Kiki, you want to hold it?
Oh. Oh my gosh, I feel so short. That's okay.
You look great.
You good? All right, Andre, you are short. 1, 2, 3. You smile. 1, 2, 3. Perfect. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. The real ones will be coming your way soon.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Where's Eric?
Congratulations. Congrats.
We just need the 2 athletes, I think, here. Actually, the 2 athletes in the middle.
Yep.
And then maybe I'm going to have Eric sit here. Where's Eric?
Okay.
Eric, you come sit right here. Okay. And then I'll come sit over here a little closer. You have your seat back. I'll sit a little closer here. There's only 4 of them.
Trust me, I'm not important. All right, that's fine.
come right, you just stay right here. You stay, Allie, come on in. She didn't know either, did she? Congratulations. Thank you. Congratulations. Have a seat. And where's Patrick? So bring him here. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. There's Grace. Grace, come on up. Hey, Grace, congratulations. Have a seat. We good to go?
Yeah, we're good.
Okay. For those of you who weren't in the room for the All-American announcement, my name is Carol Bruggeman. I'm the Executive Director of the NFCA. Welcome to the Rawlings NFCA Gold Glove announcement. To say we're thrilled to partner with Rawlings, one of the most reputable and first-class companies for softball, for our Rawlings NFCA Gold Glove Awards is an understatement. This award values and celebrates defense. And when you think defense in bat and ball sports, you think Rawlings. Having the NFCA be associated with the distinguished Rawlings Gold Glove is one of our highest achievements. Defense should be rewarded. The most talented student athletes at their respective positions are now recognized and honored with the most coveted defensive award, the Rawlings Gold Glove. I'd like to read the winners to you, all of the winners. Obviously, 2 of them are here with you, but I'd like to read them. At the pitcher position, Valerie Cagle from Clemson. At the catcher position, Ali Kaneshiro from Stanford. At the first base, Sarah Siemens from the University of Pittsburgh. Second base, Allie Skaggs, University of Arizona. Third base, Peyton Lincavage from Rutgers University. Shortstop, Grace Lyons, the University of Oklahoma. Left field, Emily Vinson from Longwood University. Center field, and now a 2-time winner, Sierra Briggs from Louisiana State University. And in right field, out on the practice field right now, Madison Husky from the University of Washington. At this time, it's my pleasure to introduce Eric Reinsfelder, who's going to say a few words on behalf of Rawlings. Eric.
Hi there, Eric Reinsfelder, Vice President of Brand and Sports Marketing for Rawlings. Honored to be here, honoring you and the other Gold Glove Award winners. The Rawlings Gold Glove Award is a prestigious award that was established in 1957, so well before you were born and probably before most of you in the room were born, right? But we're very pleased to extend this to the NCAA level now for the 2nd year. It'll be a badge of honor you'll be able to carry with you saying you're a Rawlings Gold Glover for years to come. So thank you.
Thank you, Eric. We invite you to enjoy our Rawlings Gold Glove winners and the video on our website, on our NFCA YouTube channel, and all our social media accounts. So at this time, I will stop talking and ask the media some questions for our Gold Glove winners. Justin, go ahead.
Yeah, Allie, I'll start with you. Can you just walk me through what kind of attention you pay to your defense? Obviously, you pay a lot of attention to it, but what does that process look like for you on a daily and a weekly basis in practice and such?
Okay, I had no idea I was doing this either, but I just think that throughout my softball career, even before college and definitely through college, I think the main priority has been to figure out how to be as comfortable and how to help the team as much as I can. And I have to give it to an amazing pitching staff that we have as well, that are full of incredible pitchers who I trust in, and I hope and think that they trust in me. And I think that that is what bridges so much success as a team and also allows me to work on my game while providing as much, netting as I can for the rest of the team.
Grace, for you, very similar question to start. We all know the plays that you make, but I want to know the process behind those plays. Can you walk me through your defensive process and your preparation process for that?
Yeah, I've loved defense since I was a little kid. Always had a glove in my hand, playing with my dad. So I think from a young age, just continuing to get the work in, always wanting to go out and get extra ground balls. But in college, the game moves so fast now. So at this level, just with my 5th year now, I think I've been able to experience just how to accelerate my game. And I think learning to react to the pitches, knowing what's coming ahead of time, and kind of having that first move already ready to go. That's definitely helped. And with amazing coaches and just players alongside me, it makes it easy and it makes it fun to where, we all support each other and we elevate each other's game by doing that.
Allie, for you, you've talked about your pitching staff trusting you. When you're in a game, obviously you're the wall behind the plate. Can you just walk me through your mental approach to making sure you are that wall, so to speak?
Catch everything. I mean, I think that like we say it and, obviously we want to do our best, but I think that has been so hit like hard home like to me. And I think that like being able to trust my pitching staff and knowing that like we share that common trust is what makes me feel so comfortable and confident behind the plate. And I just hope that they can have that confidence in me. Kind of similar to what Grace said about like just reacting, knowing what pitch is coming, what the spin is like, the tendencies, and spending a lot of time with them, getting to know them as people and players has just helped me rely on my skills and my trust in them as well.
Grace, for you, when you make those highlight reel plays, the digs, whatever it is, you make SportsCenter, whatever it is, it could be really easy to get caught up in, hey, I'm a great defender, but you always have that same even-keeled approach. How do you always have that same even-keeled approach?
Well, I have a Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, who I have my hope in. So I can rest assured that no matter what happens on the field, I'm already called a child of God, and I know where I'm going after I die. So I think that allows me to just have a freedom and a joy that in whatever I do, I can have fun with it. And I know the end's already written. So I love to celebrate things that are fun and things that are worth celebrating. But the victory has already been won. So that's kind of why I can stay neutral-minded and just content in whatever I do, just because of that joy that only comes from the Lord.
Other questions? Anyone else? Yeah, go ahead, Justin. You got the mic.
I actually could ask Rawlings a question.
I think we're done now, thank you.
I'm just curious, you mentioned how historic the Gold Glove is. What was it that made you guys say, hey, we want to bring this to softball, and then I know this year we're here for Division I, but you guys even expanded that. What was it that really prompted you guys to say, hey, we want to bring the Gold Glove to softball?
Yeah, I mean, honoring defensive excellence at all levels is what we wanted to do, and extend that from the major league level all the way through NCAA and NJCAA and NAIA. So was really the thought process internally with that to honor defensive excellence at every level, the finest in the field.
Oh, did you have questions? Okay. Any other questions? Okay, congratulations again, ladies. Again, we'll take a quick photo, and then thanks for coming.